Some heart on a battered and barren road. Together though we're worlds apart, in unison bear the load. But we will never hold the weight if we cannot communicate. Pass it on, not yet gone. And we will ever isolate if we cannot communicate. Pass it on. Listen to each other, hope is there inside the soul. We're sisters and we're brothers, but we're never ever gonna make it better alone. No, we're never ever gonna make it better alone. Clouds are getting colder, time and terror block out the sun. We're fragile, growing older, there's no solace here for the young. And we will never recreate if we cannot communicate. Pass it on, not yet gone. And we ain't making nothing great if we cannot communicate. Pass it on.
happening, everybody? It's Friday night, my friends. And I'm back. And we're actually going to be doing some coding tonight. Holy crap, it feels like it's been a while since we've sat down and did the old coding mamba. Coding mamba? Sure, we'll go with that. The coding tango, if you will. Yeah, it's been quite some time, my friends. But it really is one of those things where it's like, I just kind of have to be in the right, mindset, I guess. And writing code all week, and then like the weekend comes up and you're like, oh, do I want to do I want to write some more code? I mean, I like the sitting here and being able to talk with you folks as well, and just kind of be laid back and pretty easygoing about it. But at the same time, it's like my brain's not working. My brain's not working, and no amount of sitting here and chatting is going to make it suddenly work. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the hard part. Is I just don't. I admit, I'm very sensitive to burnout stuff. So I may be a little bit too overprotective when it comes to like making sure I'm not burning out. Because having experienced it at least the portion of it at one point, it was like, oh yeah, no, I want to, hearing 25. Yeah, okay. Really annoying about that. Yeah, I gotta re-up my stuff. I got it. So my hope, friends, there's a couple things I do. I'm not entirely happy with the UI around emotes. I just did what I need to do to get it to kind of work right now. I do kind of I like Live Space's approach to the emotes, where you have a preview there and you just kind of have a preview box and upload it immediately there. I've never gotten a preview upload to work before in Java with Spring. I'd be interested to see how I can get that, or if I can get that to work the way I want it to work. Eventually. Right now, I'm just happy with it being functional enough that we can sort of take a step back and look at chat stuff. Hopefully, soonish, and at least start to do like integration of emotes with chat. One thing though, I believe I do need to. There's something I completely forgot when I was doing stuff here, and I think I forgot to force UTF-8 on all the endpoints, which isn't if I'm running on Linux, it's not a huge deal, but because this can also be run on Windows and everything, it becomes more of a deal over there. So I just want to make sure I'm forcing that on as well, especially when I start getting into emotes and stuff like this. The other thing is too, there's no built-in, like, that I know of, HTML, excuse me, like an HTML escape kind of thing. on parameters, and I kind of want to examine that at some point. That could be a huge security problem. If people can just like put a script tag in their name and then have that run every time somebody loads up a page that has their username on it and stuff like that. I think I did some basic protections against it, but it really ought to be something that's protected against on every field, essentially. And I have to go and see if there's a way. I imagine this is a problem that others have fixed at some point, and I just need to get on board with it. You know, I just realized I'm running Rocks here, and normally I'd be doing something else entirely. So let's go clear that out. Get Winamp up here, and let's get our visualization thing for Winamp, and there we go. Get some. There we go. Now we can get some Overclocked remix going. Nice. That's what I feel myself, man, seems different. Something seems different here. And there it was. I'm so used to just firing up Pretzel Rocks, and I was like, oh wait, no. This is a Winamp time. Anyway. So we got that going. Yeah, so I want to look into some of that, but I do want to see if I can at least get to a point where I can try to get the emote picker started, and maybe in the parsing of emote tags in the chat kind of thing. I don't know how far we'll get, because that's quite a bit to peel off there. And I still have one bigger problem, which is I don't like where the emotes are being stored right now. I want to be able to configure on the server where they go, what folder they go into. Because right now they're going into the deployment folder, which means that the emote files themselves are getting deleted every time I do deployment, which is going to be really annoying for trying to test this. Even though I'll have entries in the database, those entries won't point to real things. So we got to kind of fix that, I think, first and foremost. And I think I'm going to make that like a server property. And then we'll see. Then we'll go from there. The thing is, though, I make it a server property, but I also need to. I should probably, the directory that I put it in, I should probably expose via via Docker config as well, probably. As a real like folder outside, so you can throw stuff in there yourself easily without having to upload them through the UI, as the case may be. Because there's going to be really two folders. There's going to be the global emotes folder, which is fine to have. Honestly, well, yeah, that'll be our normal images folder. Will be the global emote, because that will always get redeployed, and that will always be static pretty much. But then there's going to be, custom ones, and those need to exist outside of the normal directory tree, so we don't blow them away every time I do a deployment, which is many times a night. First though, we do have some Endabot pull requests we should take care of. So do that right now. Left4j version goes up. Fine. open. And so that. File similarly. Stay there. Definitely plug in yet. Yeah. Keep going. And email version goes up to Alpha 4. Okay. Okay. Good stuff there. Hopefully not too much changed. Well, hopefully nothing has changed that I'm using that requires me to change something. Okay. Find out eventually. Okay, good. So that is good there. Let's do green mail. GUI here. Pull request. Unit updated. And cool. All right. That was easy enough. Those going. Pull those down. All right. Good stuff. All right. So we have all those pulled down. So when I configure, let's look at the configuration for the folders, for the image folders. Big config. Okay. This is the location. That's what's got to change. Resource handler URL doesn't have just the location on disk. Problem is, let's see, for example, slash allows resources to be served from both web application and root. Many jar a class path that contains an info and there's no web application to compress. URL-based resources prefix indicate to parse it. URL. So, problem here is don't want it to be in the web application root. I want it to be elsewhere. but you can do URL based resources. So I can do file : / and then that will start from the root. And I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. And the other thing is I want to be able to read that in as a parameter. So we've got mod properties. Yeah. So I want to do upload directory. That's there for that. That's rod. And I have X. I thought I had a div. Maybe it's the hex properties I'm thinking of. Maybe. Yeah, no, okay, so hex properties is the main thing. This is just have that. The hex properties, and then hex test thing. And then no, I guess it's just the keys. All right, so kind of, I want it close to, well, I mean, you can put it pretty much anywhere, right? So I mean, for my local, I could put it anywhere, but I'm trying to think of where I would put it on the deployment, the Docker image. So I've got Docker. Maven. Local contact. Oh. Oh, sure. Oh, I have it. Okay, I have a slash app check slash conf directory for the Tomcat keys. I could just build it off of that. I could say um okay, and then this is where log blah blah blah. Okay. That's where I bind various things. Bind by me. So the thing is, I have nothing to put in the directory. So what I want to do is I want to make the directory, but not put anything in it. So I imagine I can just put target directory there with no files and just make that assembly here. I just do this. I say this is the load directory app tech. And then don't put anything. And then down here, I can just say directory load. That, and that will expose the uploads folder as a folder under your base directory project you're launching Docker from, or actually as you're running the POM file, just like I do for the logs. Then that way you can just throw things in there and pull things out of there without Cool. That'll work. Ooh, excuse me. I think that'll work. I wonder if I have to tell it. I imagine it'll just create the directory, even if I don't give it a file. I mean, worst case scenario, I can just, I can just put empty. I can put like a. This is the uploads folder text file in there. And, big whoop, you know. Okay, so having said that, what is when I upload? Where's my? I do like the web config just has it as just upload. That's the one thing is I'm doing it as that's fine. That's fine. Because I can do a partial or just /upload. I think all I really need to define there is like the base uploads folder and then any other folders underneath it, like custom, emotes, whatever. Like I probably don't need the custom folder, but I'm gonna keep it there anyway. Yeah, I think just this /upload. Let me put the. I gotta hide the screen here for a second while I do the keys file. That's got password stuff in it. You guys don't need to see. I mean, this one doesn't. Secret, really. Yeah, whatever. There is. Loader. Back on again, I guess. Use pull that. Through. And then I need to read that here, right? Don't we have another one? We have another one. Yeah. Go to that. Actually, I could probably just put it here, couldn't I? This is already reading that file, so I mean, why not? Cool. private. Blue. Green. And then green, blue, bean. Good. All right, and then I can just refer to it as a bean over here. Ask the application context into something. Oh, I do. I'm wondering why I was pulling that in there. Pivot, green, blue, green. First. Wait, am I doing this right? Resource. Please. Wait, that's the card. Why is my brain is not working for a second here. How is the I want to refer to a resource by name. Oh, no, actually, you know what? Do I? I refer to alright, qualifier, that's the new way of doing it. Right. Like, I couldn't remember, like, there's an old way where you do at resource. But I'm using a newer spring and it's qualifiers now, what you do, and you at qualifier and then qualifier. That's what, okay. I can't wrap my brain around it sometimes. Alright. So, that was epic. What I do. So in here I want No, no, I didn't. Went there. Okay. Okay. So that is now wired up a little bit differently, a little bit more in line with what I want. Let's see if it works. But another thing. In fact, we can test that right now. So, project. Good. Yeah. Start here. Okay. And right, and that. That might be our usual initial file problem where it doesn't file properly first time through for some reason. And suddenly it compiles okay. Eliminate that possibility first. Okay. It's getting errors there. Yeah, I don't know why that's really annoying where it just kind of like it fakes me out and says it compiled when it didn't. It doesn't, it happens like once in a blue moon. It doesn't happen all the time. Very weird. Anyway, login. Oh, yeah. Second. One. I'm so happy that that worked. I can actually, like, because I named the autofill correctly, it will, you know, password managers fill out stuff correctly. Very nice. All right. Good. Settings. Oh, actually, in the dashboard. Manage emote. So we'll do just emote 2. Small one, small PNG, large PNG, save, new emote added. Okay, curious to see if it ended up in the directory I set. So I set it to put a uploads folder here. Does not appear to have done. Which means this is probably empty. It probably put under just emote under the web info. Here is the well, I was just nope. Oh no, it's under my project. Right. Where that?
Kick, punch, chop, block. Duck, turn, jump, kick, pose. Chop, chop, punch, turn, block. Kick, punch, chop, block. Kick,
Oh, you know what? I know what's going on.
punch, punch,
I don't know why. I don't know why I changed the resource location here, correct? But I not changed the actual upload code. I don't know why I you know what? It is what it is. I don't know why I thought that was just going to take care of itself. Not for that. Forget emote B. Emote. Where do I use real path emote? This is I don't know if I have to get real path when I have a file. This is to get it based relative to the current context group. Once you have a file colon, it's always relative to the root group. So probably just need formatted path. I'll emote full. Right. Yeah. I'm doing ensure that exists. So this is going to be more of a we have to take into account a couple things. Private string upload correct. Right. And going to be the base directory plus this would be folder. Know what I'm doing here. So base directory. I don't need this anymore of it. I don't think. I don't think I need that at all. So the field path will be upload paster. If I can get rid of the request there, don't need it anymore. We'll make sure that. Alright. And then same here with the real pet. So there plus there. File path. Let's see, that'll have file colon on it. I think, I don't know if that'll take a file colon offset. I think what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to want to specify it, but then, yeah. That's easy enough. Okay. Yeah, let's specify it without the file colon // in the thing, and then all this works out then because it knows what it's referring to. Now the one thing that's going to be weird is permission. So I don't really think there's much I can do. I'll just have to make sure the permissions. That's probably going to be the thing on Docker that I have to worry about more than anything else. Nope. Oh, right. Oh. I don't have that integrated yet either. I'm not as concerned about that right now. Okay, have that. See, let me real fast. So these properties here. Just say is that out? It's back on. Okay. So that means when I go and do the web config here, all I gotta make sure is I go file // but I only need that for that one. I don't need that for the other stuff. For when I refer to it normally when I go to do a file object. So go without that. Okay. So, alright, now we can just see that I should go into the right spot. I think when I do the assembly in Docker and I specify that one folder, I would think that that would automatically give permissions. I didn't have to do anything with the permissions when it came to like copying over the key store file. It was still able to read that. Although it might just grant your read permissions and not anything else. We'll have to see. I'll have to test it. Potentially. Okay. Up and see what happens. What's it saying there? Standard commons. Logging, discovery, and action. Spring JCL. Please remove commons logging jar from the class path in order to avoid special conf. Oh, okay. That must be something new. That was not happening before, so when I updated Spring's version a little bit, probably doing that now. I don't know where I'm bringing commons logging in at. See, but anyway. Oh, that's right. I logged in. I didn't say remember. That's. I'm glad that's. Ooh. Glad that's working. Local host. One. Oh, come on. Why would you do that? I want you to do just what? Put in there. Oh, come on. Really? Is that not work? Doing that. It works any other time. Worked fine enough. I wonder if it's this, like, fill it in on. Maybe I. Weird. Fills it automatically in the mobile. I'll figure it out. Emote. Character. Okay. Now we're seeing stuff. Not there. Where's my logs at? Here. Unexpected output. Oh, we got this once before when the directory did. Alright. This is the craziest thing there. We got this IO session before when the directory didn't. When all the directories along the path didn't. Right, so let's see if it actually. So. It doesn't look like it created the uploads folder. Okay. Let's see if it's getting hung up on. Here somewhere. So that's. Huh? Just know what that crazy error is now. Boom, 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 boom. Not resolving it. That explain it. I don't know. So, where did I miss it? Let's paste her. Right, so, yeah. Right. Right. And then properties. What else did I miss in the way here? Hey, Habit. Welcome. Cool. There's another. I had like a dev. Listen to it. Unless I'm just completely losing my mind. It's possible. I could have crossed. Now here's fraud properties. I put it in there. Sure. Okay. I had a note, and then there was right. Resource. Okay. So, alright, me. I just spell it wrong. There. Not so wrong. Oh, okay. What did I wrong here? Where's the what's there? Is that what I put in the hex? Yeah. But all it did was bring back this, which means I didn't find it. Really weird. And there. What did I either I forgot something or there's an old version of the hex properties ending up in this thing here. I look what got cool. Where's the hex properties there? Hang on, I gotta hide this because this should have like the real properties in it. One's here. Yeah, it's got the real property. Correct. Alright. So hell, man. Why isn't that? I mean, we see it clear as day in the debug that it's not resolving. So, some kind of disconnect here because it's definitely in. It definitely made it into the deployed hex property. So. This resolved to wrong thing. uploads. Right. My book. Definitely the same. Wasn't anything else. Remember hard coding anything here. No, I just say if profiles dev, if we find a secret keys properties file. Otherwise, if it's missing, then use properties from prod, which all point to environmental variables. But should be fine. Only first thing I do is that's a filtering directory. Yeah. I put it in there so that we, excuse me, filter it, which is correct because down here it'll execute that. So what's this for? So I am just for fun, writing a open source streaming site similar to like Twitch and YouTube and all those, you know, the live streaming site. I'm just doing it as kind of a fun hobby project. I don't really have any intentions on like launching a site with it, but I figure I want to put, I've always complained about Twitch and everything else and what the features they have or don't have and all that stuff, and I thought, you know, maybe it's time to roll up my sleeves and just kind of write one the way that I think it should be written with the features that I think it should have and all that stuff, and then put it out there as open source and then let someone else who has money and time run with it and make a streaming service out of it. I don't have any of the back end in here yet at all, like the video streaming portion of it. That's, I also want to kind of learn how all that works. I've never done anything like that, so this is also me kind of partially learning as I go some stuff too. So kind of like a proof of concept. No, what I'm done, and that's a long time in the future, but when I'm done, it'll be functional. You'll be able to run it. Like I have Docker set up here, Docker image set up that you can run these things locally and deploy them wherever you want and all that stuff. I am trying to do best I can with security, do best practices with security and try and secure it. I want to run, eventually want to run performance tests against it and try and make it, you know, like JMeter and stuff like that, and try to see if I can handle some traffic and everything. So I'm treating it like it's a real thing. I'm just not in any rush to complete it. You know what I mean? Like one of those things where it's like a hobby car in the garage, you know. You just kind of like, someday this car will be awesome, but right now it's just a pile of rusting parts. And I'm just gonna take it slow and just, you know, it's something to do. It's also kind of my excuse to have like a partial just chatting stream. Like I can't do like a straight up just chatting stream because I don't have enough to talk about. But if I can have something to do while I'm doing it, like writing code or something like that, and then be able to stop and chat with people, that seems to work a lot better for me in general. So I have an excuse to do that. But it's also me trying to, like my normal day job, I wouldn't have to deal with like video processing and stuff like this. So this is kind of a nice way for me to kind of dip my toe into like WebRTC and all that stuff and just try to figure out how it works. And also some of this is me using newer versions of libraries that I use at work. And so I'm kind of also using it as a way of seeing what has changed in the libraries, the version that we have, and kind of planning that way. So a lot of learning as well. It should be fun. Twitch and YouTube have always felt kind of stuck. Yeah. Well, I have many issues with Twitch and YouTube, but not necessarily with their feature set. I think they have features that they don't utilize well, and I think they have the wrong idea about what features are good and what aren't. But at the same time, I have more of a like philosophical problems with how they handle things. They push numbers very hard and then end up burning out the very creators that they need for their platforms to thrive. So and all as a means to just push ads constantly. But I just I figure through the technology I can kind of address some of that stuff. Well, like here's a better way of doing this. Here's a better way of doing that. All about advertising. Yes. Yeah. That's. I mean, that's kind of the coup that they've pulled off, right? Which is they got content creators, streamers, to do their work for them as far as advertising goes, right? Like the marketers, the marketing for advertisement space on their site, they care about numbers. They care about concurrent viewership. They care about, how many followers somebody has and all that stuff. And what they've managed to do is to make they've managed to set up their sites in such a way that everyone has to care about. So they don't, like basically they've turned it into this thing where this thing where streamers themselves are basically doing their work for them. They're the ones, pushing, hey, you want to be a partner? Oh, well, you got to push these numbers here. Like, oh, you got to make these numbers go up. You got to make those numbers go up. Oh, you're not getting promoted quite as much. Oh, you got to push these numbers up, push those numbers up. And that's the big thing that they managed to pull off. They managed to make people who otherwise wouldn't give a damn, make them give a damn. Kind of to a crazy level, where like your top streamers are basically, analytics machines, and they're not necessarily like, I see some of the top streamers have like secondary channels, right? Where they can play whatever they want to play. They have their main channel where they play what is SEO optimized, perfect thing for them to play for their audience, whether they really enjoy it all that much or not. And then they've got the secondary channel where they can just play whatever the hell they want, whatever they're in the mood for. That isn't going to affect the numbers from their main channel and subsequently affect, what deals they get in brands and all that stuff. It's insane. Absolutely insane. I mean, I get it. It's their, on some level, it's their job, and they've made a full-time job out of it, and they need to take into account all that stuff. But it sort of feels like they've pushed hobbyists out of the sphere, you know? Like, I do this just as a hobby. I don't do this as my main job. But yet I feel like I can't, like, I'm not welcome on, you know, Twitch or YouTube. You know, it just feels like, you know, if you're not caring about the numbers and about the, you know, about the grind and all that stuff, then why are you even doing this kind of thing? And that's an attitude that I've seen throughout the streamerverse, and it's kind of a very asinine way of looking at things. You know what I mean? Hours of coding isn't gonna bring in the big bucks. It's true. It's very true. It's very, very true. But that's, you know, that's why I do it, right? It's I do this stream out of pure enjoyment, not out of trying to wring money out of viewers or anything like that, you know? That's the fun of it. Just being able to kind of just relax and do your own thing and not worry about whether it's a popular thing to be doing or not, you know. You know, play whatever game you want to play. Whatever game you're in the mood for. You don't have to sit there and stream Call of Duty for 17 hours a day. You know, that's got to get old. I don't care how well you like that game, it's still got to get old doing that, you know, 12 hours a day, every day, right? Like, go do something you enjoy. I mean, that's the way I look at it. All right. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of that's my sort of take on it. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be your job to adhere to the audience. Well, yeah, but that's the rub, right? Is that if you want a career as an entertainer, you have to build an audience. The only way to build an audience is to find out the things that people like to see. You know what I mean? So that's the crazy part of it. Is like it's a win-lose, right? Sometimes you have to do the things you don't necessarily enjoy, but your audience enjoys them, kind of thing. Whereas if you're just doing it as a hobby like me, you just do whatever you enjoy, and audience is either there or they're not, you know? That's kind of the way I like it. Being creative should be the forefront, right? Yes, I agree entirely in principle. Hey, Veruna, welcome. I agree entirely in principle. It's just in practice. In practice, fans are. It's funny. I started out on YouTube like 9 years ago or something like that. 7 or 8, 9. I don't know, one of those things. 2013, I started out on YouTube. And wow, I guess that's like 10 years now at this point. It's been a long time. Back then, Minecraft was the big deal, right? In the gaming sphere. When you're doing YouTube videos, it was Minecraft. And I played a bunch of Minecraft. I had streamed a bunch. But even today, you can see some of the top like Minecraft creators. Like, that's all they're allowed to do. Like, as soon as they try to do any other game, their views drop off a cliff, right? Because that's not what people are there for. People are just going to change the channel because you're not doing what they want to see. And so it kind of puts you in this like screwed up state of mind where you're like, you know, if I want to make a living off of this, I got to do this thing that people want to see, even if it's not as fulfilling to me as it used to be, or if it's a real grind and difficult, you know. So many, like, there's so many Minecraft streamers, or well, video producers that have great personalities that I would watch literally playing any game. But I'm apparently in the minority there when it comes to that, because as soon as they play any other game, it's like the numbers just go down. And, you know, that's unfortunate, but that is the way it is. Most of the fans are there for the content, not the people. Yeah. That's the numbers. The numbers agree with you. Most people are there for what you're doing, not for you in particular. You would hope that it would be the other way around, that you'd have enough personality to override that. And some people do. Some people are just, they just have that personality where you could watch them, you know, reading names from a phone book, you know. But that's very rare, particularly in the internet. You know, in real life, it was not quite as rare, but on the internet, it's very rare because there's so many people to choose from, right? There's so many streamers at any given time doing their thing that you almost, as a viewer, you're almost paralyzed by choice, you know? You've got so many choices that you end up not choosing. And so everybody just gravitates towards the biggest names and don't bother choosing anybody else because it's good enough, right? Emotes in chat. Sounds like you might be losing some sanity over this implementation. Yeah. Well, that's the problem, Varuna. It's like I've been trying to integrate these emotes into my chat thing here for weeks, because every time I get into it, it's like I find another problem. Or I run into another problem. Like, it should be the easiest thing in the world, and it's not, because it's the first time I'm doing any kind of, not the first time I'm personally doing it, but the first time in this implementation where I'm setting up the pattern on how to upload things and custom upload directories and all that stuff. And every time it's the first time you're doing a pattern, it always takes like 5 times as long as it should. If you're just using a pattern that's already established, it's so much nicer. But that's really that's why I'm like, I think I'll get the emotes bad. I don't know. Because well, like a good example is right now. Like, it's just decided it doesn't want to work. It doesn't want to create this. It doesn't want to pull the uploads directory through, and you know I have it set, and I don't understand why that suddenly isn't working when it works for everything else. You know, like, this literally works for email from, but I put this in and now all of a sudden it can't resolve it. And I'm trying to figure out why this isn't resolving, because it's resolving to this string. It's not resolving to the actual text that should be resolving, which is very strange. Put a breakpoint here and just make sure I'm not absolutely crazy. Not working at the very top level here. Because it does not compute unless I've There must be some like esoteric thing that I've missed somewhere. 'Cause it's been a while since I've added any properties. But I feel like I hit all the top. I don't know why it's giving me problem. Yes, upload space directory. What do you use the sure. Why? Why are you not resolving? You know, from from's not resolving here either. Really? Really? Well, how's that not? Well, it's definitely resolving at some point. Wait. All right, now I'm really confused. This is definitely resolving the email host, right? Maybe this. Oh, maybe this broke when I updated the Spring, and I just never noticed because I haven't tested email and stuff in a while. Ew, this might be a thing from that. I wonder if that's. Let's restart. Because I know for a fact that the email stuff was working before. I wonder if they changed something in Spring and screwed everybody. As they tend to. So, email host. And none of these are resolving. What the hell? What in the hell? Alright, that's not great. How did those get broken? Well, value expression for anti-element to be used for freshness and parameter and properties. Common use case inject values using system properties, my prop style, spring element language, brush language. I mean, values may be injected using $, my.app.my custom value application performed by a team. Processor, which determines you cannot use add value within Beam. So, then property stored. Environment is oil wired. Here we go. Resolving placeholders in bean and value. In order to resolve those placeholders in bean definition and value annotations using properties from the property stores, you must ensure the appropriate embedded value resolver is registered in the bean factory. Using configuration best, this can be achieved by explicitly registering property sources placeholder configure. Using customized configurations. The only place we remove property stores to be resolved against the property sources already registered against the environment. Yep. Oh, well, that's in that. Must ensure the appropriate embedded value resolver is registered in the bean factor used by application context. This happens automatically when using context property placeholder in XML. Using configuration class can be achieved by explicitly registering a property source placeholder configure via static bean method. Oh. I thought it was, maybe it doesn't automatically register one anymore. That would be the MO of the Spring dev. We're gonna stop automatically doing this thing. You know, we like to automatically do a lot of things. This is something else that I need to push out to a thing. The property as well, probably. Yep. So, they're just doing, they're auto wiring the environment in and then doing env get property. I thought value just did that for you. Perfect. Edit value. Alright. Value. Dot name. Oh, do I have to actually put the enable automatic XML configuration explicitly static bean method? Post configuration. Placeholder syntax. No being post processor. Register embedded resolver. String register default embedded value resolver, which resolves placeholders against property sources. Alright, okay, good. That's why I don't need it. But it, do I have to do no, do application config? No, those don't make any sense. Because I didn't put like a B name there. That's kind of annoying if that's the case. I mean, that's beyond annoying. That's it. But let's see what happens. Oh, bingo. Problem. Here. Use bug. No, it's still not resolving. Why is that now happening? This is really annoying. Things. Okay. Yeah. First, this way configure. Even if we should probably know the definitions. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, alright. The configuration file, this configure doesn't install. 8 years ago, but need a placeholder and a code block required to enable placeholder. Processing. Here, 2021. Not needed anymore since Spring Force 3. I'm doing that. You should properly filters. So he's trying to do that. I'm working in a configuration where I have probably bean creation, but works in any other configuration. Wow. Yeah. Ejecting. This is exactly what I'm doing. Not. They do. They do. It's not finding the question mark. That's excellent. Yes, it's possible it's not finding the pot. What I can do is I can test that by putting here. Let's try that and see if that is what I'm seeing here. Make sure it's even resolving the file. Maybe it's silently failing to find the file. Okay. Now host. Yeah, I don't think it's finding the file. don't think it's finding the file at all. Or at least it's not finding the variable. I don't know if they've shoved these variables under something else. What's going on there? And none of these are getting resolved properly. There's definitely a hex properties there. And it's under a web class, right? Right. Yeah, definitely there. So there. There. Oh, let me check. Let me hide this for a second. It does say email host. So it did copy it over and it did resolve it. The thing I changed it to. But not loading it up here. Either not loading it up in here or it's just not resolving the value properly. App. My guess, something here came. Properties apply. What if I did something has changed there when I updated spring. I feel like I just never realized. Now, what I'm trying to make. hit breakpoint here. Oh, here we go. Property field email host cannot be found on object of type. Big bean expression context. Maybe not public or not. Parse fail. Didn't like that. So, you know, it doesn't like. We know it doesn't want execution config. I don't have anything in the. I don't have anything in front of it here. Is it? Are they forcing like lowercase now? Or can they read their property files? I would catastrophic. I don't understand why this suddenly doesn't work. But clearly it worked fine before. I need let's put an environment reference in here. And then that way I can examine that in the debugger. Yep. So now move my brake. All right, so still PNG. What do we got here? Wired profile. Wish I could see all of these. stuff here, but get property. Um, Faster than that. Yeah, here. So that's resolving it. Now, oop. That's resolving. You can get property, but it's not resolving it for that. Okay. Well, that's annoying. I mean, if I have to do it that way, I have to do it. That's super annoying. I don't know why that suddenly is broken. Is it? Properties.my. I don't understand how that. Source junction with configuration. In a file, app properties containing key value pair testmain.name. Configure property source control. Okay. The environment property. How to be that, so I can pull it out of the environment, which means it's there. It's just the value annotation screwed up. So edit value original. Used by. Or if you need to customize configuration, this horse text consider. I don't need to do this. See, I'm not doing it via static theme because I don't have a need to customize. I wonder if that's the problem. Because honestly, these should be static beans. I wonder if static three. I wonder if that. I mean, they should be static anyway. Just doesn't. It honestly doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, or shouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things, because the beans are singletons. So once you've declared a bean, you can't declare it again. So got me some kind of failure. You're creating bean with name, email, special. Unsatisfied dependency express your field, email. Let's initiate our email sufficient. I have a breakpoint here. Like, it didn't even get to my break. What's really strange. So it was trying to get to that. As soon as it tried to read that value, it has null pointer exception. Current hash map. Trying to figure out what the current hash map put down. The email host was null, I guess. Because this is a, yeah, this is a hash table, but can't put null in hash table. So email host null. Which means declaring that as static was no bueno. it's not even worth. This is the thing, right? It's like it's not even worth fighting. Just grab the stuff from ENV from environment. You know what I mean? Like at this point, it's like I'm not actually saving myself any keystrokes here because it's making these variables and then immediately returning them as beans when I need them or otherwise using them. So, like, what is the point? Right? So, yeah, screw it. I'm not going to try to figure out why this value application. Presumably, someone on the Spring team just broke the shit out of it and they don't care. That's usually the case. Or they'll come up with some BS reason. Like, oh, it's actually better this way. Or please go update your documentation to let people know why it's better. So what I'm gonna do? Basically, all I really need to do is today. The hell with it. Those. There. And I guess more verbose here to what I'm setting the default to. Well, so there's that. Does this return or null the key cannot be resolved? We don't want this return null. Really. So say default. You set key. Well, or this. From here. This. Well, spent all that time fighting that when it should just gave in immediately and just threw it. Interestingly enough, I bet those at value things probably work. They're just not working here, probably. Doesn't matter at this point. Not a battle worth fighting. Be sure that that's being resolved.
Uno, dos, tres, four.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. All right, this resolve is a good question here. Heck. Hey, resolves. Correct thing. All right, given that, could be able to give this another whirl here. Or not. Yeah. Wait, that's still not. You remember me? Oh, I forgot to do remember me again, didn't I? I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Why is that doing that when I do that? Why won't you fill out the damn form? Remember, login. Okay. All right. Tag breed. Breed. You gift here. Save. Oh, get my break. Real path is that. Okay. Oh, no. Full path. Just small emote. Full file path. Oh, it didn't resolve it. That is. Looks correct. Okay. New emote added. Okay. Let's see if it actually ended up on Drive in the right spot. Ooh, there's an uploads folder, friends. And a custom folder. And an emote folder. And an emote folder. There's the gift. Look, on the large one that we uploaded. And those numbers should correspond to the database. So what is test emote 3 we did? So 01A blah 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 is user ID. So that is the folder, correct. And then 99 7B and 70. Let's get 99 7B and 70E. Yeah, small and large GIF images. They are image type GIF, which is correct. Awesome. Okay. More importantly, they're saved outside of the deployment directory, which means it will not disappear now every time I do a new deployment. Good. Also want to check that. Go under hex here. No longer have it uploaded folder, right? That's correct. Now the next thing to test is I should be able to go to custom emotes, blah 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 blah. Be able to go to this image URL in the browser and see that emote. We'll go local post. Oh wait, did I do wait? Oh, 443, right? Another one. 8443. You know, what I have it set up at, right? Invalid character found in method. A few method names must be. What? Parsing HTTP request. What happened there? Go back to web config. So yeah, flash custom flash emote. Resolve. What didn't it like here? So it's complaining about a invalid character found method name. I wonder if it doesn't like method is. I wonder if it doesn't like the UUID. Nothing the UUID it shouldn't like. Oh, there is a plan. Not the full path. Everything except for the Maybe it's just the directory listing thing. Oh, it doesn't like the additional splash. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So I gotta fix that. Not playing it. I mean, I should fix it. Doesn't have splash. When I'm building the image URL. Oh. Okay. But otherwise, it's correct work. So all that is configured properly. Yeah, when I create the small image URL, wait. Full file path, but I need to where base URL. We don't need the extra slash there. This. I'll take care of that. All right, that's fine. That is fine. All right. We got the good FTL music going. Those are working from what I can tell. One thing I haven't been able to really test is the SP stuff. I haven't tested the extent of the anime GIF either. Not as concerned right now about that, but it is something I need to test. Plus, we gotta still put the integrate the Emote prefix, which I need before we do the chat stuff. But since I'm hard coding it right now, it's that still. Do this one thing. Let's go here. And let's just fix up these paths in here just manually. So I have that fixed now. So I have good data use here. And that. Okay. Those. Okay. Okay. So okay, before we move on to down for right now, before we move on to back onto the chat thing, I want to make sure that I force UTF in the config. And I don't know if I have that set. No, I don't have that filter on. I need to add that. Green, fours, yeah, 8. There's a filter that you launch. I just forget the name of the filter. Here it is. Character encoding. Cool. So encoding UTF-8, force encoding group. Okay. Here, encoding. Put contact add. Here. Character encoding filter. Force encoding, force request encoding. Request encoding. Response. Force. Oh, both. Okay. Sure. So encoding. Oh, it's a string. Wow. Okay. And mapping for URL pattern. Matcher types to null. True. What do I do there? No. Is match after. What do you mean by is match after? After or before any declared filter mappings is certified. Depending on the value of the isMatch after parameter, the given filter mapping will be considered after or before any declared filter mappings servlet content. Which filter registration. I feel like I could read that sentence about 95 more times and still not gain any insight from it. Depending on the value of isMatch after parameter, the given filter mapping will be considered after or before any declared filter mappings of the servlet context from which this filter registration was. Yeah, I guess in the grand scheme of things, it's probably. In fact, the only one I have is false is 30. That's the very first mapping in the chain, so put these for true. The other ones are true there. Okay, so that should force UTF-8, which basically we're UTF-8 anyway right now because we're running on Linux, but I just want to make sure if I ever do run it again on like Windows box, we don't run into weird issues. because this also forces UTF-8 for like web services and stuff. So if someone, like if someone was running Postman, say, on a Windows machine, and they sent like a copyright symbol, it would likely get misinterpreted if this was also running, if there was also running on a Windows machine. So this just makes sure that every parameter coming in is UTF-8 first. There's a similar filter in Tomcat that you can configure, but I found through my own testing that like that will apply, but it won't apply to all of Spring's stuff under the covers. Weird. But if you use the character encoding filter, it applies across everything, including kicking off the Tomcat thing. So whatever. It's probably like an old holdover from some other time, and it just kind of works, and no one's played around with it since then. Okay. So I'd say it's probably time to start looking at. Oh, I still have to show the emotes on that settings page, but we can come back to that. So I wanted to show them down below. Down below here in the table. There's more stuff that I want to fix on this page. I don't like. It's a little messy. I do kind of want to clean it up a bit anyway. I wanted to see if I can do like a. Oh, you know what? Let's do some research on that right now. I do. The image upload and deploy. Here we go. Place uploaded user images in the resources uploads. Obviously I want to serve them on my site, but when I try to place the resources, I found the key access. That is not. I want a image upload preview. Is a okay. I'll file this way. Same thing I'm looking for. Files. Part file. Okay. Service. Phase. application, yeah. What of limits, running application. Not really. Which blue with would be project and got all that. Two methods for request. Upload method is a get mapping for the projects. Post my request. Files multi-car file. The files convert into bytes array and save the file. Or okay. Loader. Just the very basic. Not what I mean. Service. I'm betting the file upload is being handled. Checks fallback and immediately uploading instead of just being just on there. Leg is itchy, but I make sure I don't spread. Wonder. Yeah, I'm betting that's what it is. As soon as they select an image, probably uploading and getting tagged. I can do, I mean, I can submit all of this stuff, assuming they have them in there. I have to see. I'll bet there's. Well, see, the problem with this is, like, if I do that, I have to do, like, a partial submit. And I kind of need all this to be like one submit required to do it. You know what I mean? So it ends up becoming like an edit in line, and I don't do that. Be a full. What? I'm still thinking too. I might want to just pull this whole thing out into another page. They add new emote home, you know. I mean, I like it being on this page because it'll immediately show up down here. But it sort of maybe it's better off if I make it like a collapsible section or something. I don't know. Just like everything kind of takes up a good portion of the gate. But oh well, it doesn't matter. Right now it is what it is. What I want to look at is the cat stuff. So how am I gonna want to integrate it with chat? I want to be able to parse the chat and say, here's the emotes. So let's see if we can get like a basic thing going there. Chat for right now I don't parse chat at all. Whatever you put in there goes through. And there's going to have to be some parsing, especially when it comes to like content of the chat message and everything else, and making sure it's not blocked words and everything else in there. Incoming chat message here. So really, as soon as we get this message coming in, and we know who it came from. Present. Oh, I do call it cross. So the interesting thing here, so part of this is going to be even if the chat message is ultimately blocked, I still want to put it into the database. It's just the visibility will be set to default through. And then that way we have an audit log of stuff going on. Someone's using blocked terms and stuff like that. You'll be able to see it later, or at least the admins will be able to. So there's that. What I really need to be able to do is say, basically process the chat message from here. So I'm already processing channel events, stuff like that. Process and save message. I just really need to send the message through it. That's basically. Which involves multiple things. First of all, we have to see if the user is blocked. We don't have that in place yet. I guess I'll just take the shortest script right here, which is just, we'll just look at the emote stuff first. There's a lot of different processing that has to go into place. I'm trying to figure out what pattern I want to do here. I think I want a chat and message processor. It's going to be big enough that I think there's going to be enough hoops that the message has to jump through before it's allowed to be shown that I think it deserves its own service. Yeah, where's my service? Go new class. Chat message. So, have this in place. This also makes it a little bit, this makes it better too, because I can test just for this without building up an entire chat message or anything like that. Because I can just send a string in here, you know, maybe a user where needed, and then just kind of test these individually. So right now I just want to send a message through here. So that would be to public say, so this will be part of the comes back out. Well, so what should I generate? I think ultimately it's JSON that what we use to put the message back together again. The base chat message will be the base chat message, whatever is there, with all the tokens in place, and then the actual resulting chat message will be whatever gets pulled out of the JSON. So that would have to be that'd be fine. As long as we keep everything in order, it'll work. I think the only thing, no, that'll be fine. Okay, so we'll return a cat. Cat message tip. Means we'll have to take a chat message details in as well. Basically be return. Well, Yeah, we'll be doing that in place. I don't want to have to do it. Work on it. So we'll say avoid. First emote. Tails. Tails, and then it's just what? Yes, yeah, I guess we do take the full chat in there because then we can set it to set the visibility in there if need be, depending on the checks that we're doing. Yeah, all right. All right, so a while since I've done a string tokenizer. I wonder if string tokenizers are still the the Java one. Oh, it's deprecated. It's a legacy class, but it's not deprecated. Okay. Hello, Sir Dizelot. Welcome. Welcome on in. How are you doing tonight? The string in. So there's why is it deprecated, but it's not? I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. I'm just chilling and writing a little bit of code here and there. Okay, long ago. I'm curious why a tokenizer is not. Use the split nested, the string, or the regex package. Oh, they just want you to use. They just want you to use the regex package. For compatibility reasons, although its use is discouraging new code, it's recommended that anyone seeking this functionality use a split method of string or Java util regex package. Oh. Alright. Regular expression. Huh. The Jira tickets in your recent sprint are fairly easy, so that was a relief. That's good. That's good. I feel you there. I feel you there. I've this release for my day job has been looks like it's shaping up to be a little bit smaller than we normally do. Like the Jira tickets there's numerous Jira tickets, but they're like not quite as earth-shattering kabooms as they normally would be. Working on the REST API in C for a whole month was a pain. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. It's I have to work on our web services and that we expose in Java, and I'm very happy that it's like, I mean, we're technically doing REST, but we're not really doing and I'm kind of happy about that. Like, I just kind of force everything through a post mostly, and eventually sometimes we do get for our API, but mostly we're just doing gets and posts, and I don't have to worry about all the different verbs stuff, because some of them are just like, I understand the point behind REST, but sometimes I feel like it's just like simpler is just better, you know? Like, having people jump through some of those other hoops is for no real benefit, you know, just doesn't seems a little bit pointless sometimes. Having a microcontroller be a web server is really a pain in death for. Yeah, so you're doing like embedded stuff then? That's I've never actually done I've never done any embedded coding, so, but I can imagine it's probably a little bit better than it used to be, but I can imagine it's still a pain when you're dealing with limited hardware, and especially a pain when you have to deploy out to test hardware just to test it, unless you have an emulator that you can run. Do all its I/O and app stuff as well. 200 kilobytes of RAM on the whole device. Yep. I feel it. Yeah, that's. So do you have I imagine you have to deploy to an actual hardware device to test it, or do you have to, you have like a simulator or an emulator you can run locally to kind of test it in its environment? Okay, yeah, you have to flash a dev unit. Yep. But every time you go to, oh, that sucks. It sucks because every time you want to make a change or you want to test something, you gotta flash it out, which is an extra step. And you have to connect to the web interface of the device. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's the part that's like, that's one of the reasons why I'm glad that I can run the whole app just right on my own laptop for the most part. You know, obviously we have a database server that runs out in the cloud that we have to connect to, but for the most part I can run everything I need on my local machine, and then that way I can debug really quickly. You know, it can kind of spin up real fast, doesn't take long, you know what I mean? Give me a lot of respect for the auxiliary space algorithms. Yeah, the on order of one. Yeah, ugh, I haven't had to deal. So I did the last time I wrote anything in C was back in college, which was quite a while ago. And of course back then, you know, you were doing that stuff. You were like, oh, I gotta do, you know, heap sort, I gotta do bubble sort, I gotta do quick sort, you know, because that was all like the college programming courses and stuff. And that was fun and I enjoyed it, but I never looked back. I was like, okay, that was good. I'm glad I have that background. Now I'll let the professionals deal with it. You know what I mean? I recently had to implement a heap sort that primarily used heap memory. Yeah, Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's one of those things where it's like you take it for granted, and then you just kind of are like, all right, I don't have to think about that so much right now. Because most of, you know, it's like for like the business applications that I've had to work with, I haven't had to do anything beyond collection sort in Java. Which is just an alphabetical sort, and I think it's a quick sort probably under the covers. But I haven't had to go much beyond that, or in many cases, it's just like tell the database to sort this before it comes back. So it's like the database is doing the hard work there. Merge sort is too memory intensive most of the time. We need memory uses to be deterministic. Yeah. Are you dealing with I'm trying to think of the words here. The words have left my brain. You doing like you're on a RISC architecture, or are you doing a can't think of the name of it. I want to call it I want to call it Raspberry Pi architecture, but it's really that low power architecture that I cannot. The words do not want to come to my brain. ARM chip, yeah, RISC. That's what I was trying to think of. The ARM chip, yeah. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. That's like the that's like the go-to now for a lot of things, with good reason. You can get some pretty good performance out of them for very little power, depending on what you're doing. Keep sort surprisingly good on those. Yeah. I would imagine, just given the way that they're architected. Oof, Jesus. Oh, they're addictive. Strong tokenizer and comes laying. Oh, there's something in Commons line. Really? Tokenize. Oh, is that going to be X now? Is this the newer version? They moved a lot of this. Oh yeah, this is all different. They moved this. Going on there. So I am working on, basically as a hobby, I'm just kind of doing open source streaming site, live streaming site, similar to Twitch and YouTube and all those things. I've had a lot of complaints over the years about features and other things that I feel like these sites just don't do right. And I thought, it'd be kind of fun to just like, as just a hobby side thing, see if I could do any better. I've never had, like, I've done a lot of business applications. I've never had to do anything with like video processing or, I've done stuff kind of similar to this, like with user uploads and stuff, but nothing to this kind of extent. I haven't had to use very much in terms of like WebSockets with chat and all that. So I'm using this as a way to kind of learn some of these things, dip my toe in there, get some, some of that going, as well as kind of a way to like, my day job is Java development, and I use a lot of the same libraries in my day job, like Spring and whatnot. But I'm using the newest versions here. And so this is also helping me to like plan for our upgrades in the day job as well. Cause I can be ahead of time, like the kinds of things that are changing from the version of Spring that we're using to the version of Spring I'm using here. And so I'm using it as kind of a way to keep my skills current as well as learn new things, and I'm just throwing it out there as an open source thing. I have no plans to ever actually run the site or anything like that, but if it ends up being, I'm going to treat it like it's a real thing. Like I'm trying to make sure I'm doing security properly. I'm trying to make sure that it perform and all that stuff. I'm going to treat it like it's a real thing, but I'm not going to like wet it, right? You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to like, just very slowly going through it, as evidenced by the title. This is part 68. I generally do this. I try to do these like twice a week, tonight, Friday nights, and then Saturday afternoon I do a longer session. But it's also kind of an excuse to have a just chatting stream that's not just chatting. Because I can just kind of, I can work at my own pace, but I can also, I can chat with people as they come in, have some good conversations, but I'm not forced to find topics to talk about. I can just kind of, when the conversation naturally ends, I can just kind of fall back and do coding, So it kind of gives me a fallback, a good thing to do, an easy way of kind of mitigating that, and just been enjoying it, What I've worked on in the past, pretty much just smarter PLCs with a UI when you blow them up. Yeah, I mean, you're dealing with web control interfaces and stuff like that. I'm dealing with web control interfaces. It's just, at the end of the day, we're kind of working on the same beast, but with very different limitations, Whereas I can, I've got the cloud, and I could just throw the cloud at it. You don't have that you don't have that luxury. You know what I mean? Exactly. Same beast, different limitations and scope. And honestly, that's what I've found as I've jumped around from job to job. I worked in insurance industry. I've worked in e-commerce. I've worked in healthcare. I've worked in marketing, and now I'm in like scientific stuff, and it's all like everybody has the same fundamental problems, but they all have different requirements and different limitations around how those fundamental problems have to be solved. And it's really interesting to see because there's a lot of people that I used to work with in insurance that have done nothing but insurance software their entire career. And I feel lucky that I've been able to jump around to all the different industries because it just gives you that different insight. Like, you're like, oh, everybody's got the same problems pretty much. But now there's different ways. I have to figure out a different way of solving it than what I did before, you know? I honestly think any dev can do firmware with enough studying. Sure. I was never, when I was learning, I was more interested in the software side than the hardware side. I've always been kind of more interested in the software than the hardware. I like hardware. I like seeing what people can do with hardware. But I've never like sat down and with like an Arduino or something and just played around with it. Like it hasn't really been my calling, I guess, or my something that I've been that interested in. I like seeing what people can do with them. I like seeing, you know, control interfaces and everything else that come out of it. And I like emulators and stuff. I like emulating old hardware. Like I here and there dip my toes in like old game console emulators and stuff, and trying to like emulate the 8502 processor and emulate the, you know, the NES architecture and stuff like that, you know, graphics processing units and all that stuff from these old consoles, and try to get like software for them to work on a modern PC. I that stuff I find the software more fascinating than I find the hardware. So doing firmware stuff, to me, it's interesting in a grand scheme of things, but it's not anything that I've ever like gravitated toward. You know, I've always been more like I just want to deal with the software. I don't want to necessarily have to fight the hardware or have to get really clever. I mean, sometimes it's cool to get clever, but a lot of time, but when it's like required that you make a miracle happen on something so tiny, it after a while, I'm like, maybe this is a job for somebody else. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, getting clever is 80% of the job for firmware. Yeah, exactly. And that's like, I wouldn't mind that occasionally. Like, occasionally we'll run into a bug, you know, where we'll find a performance. We're tanking on performance somewhere in our web app, and we'll just find a clever solution that is not only clever but also maintainable and works. You know. And those are always nice to have, like, every so often. But if that was like every single day was like, all right, I need to fit, you know, 80 kilobytes of data into 5 kilobytes. Like, I have nothing but respect for people that enter into the competitions to make like the smallest viable game that they can make. I think there was one person that made like an entire game that was like 30 kilobytes or something, and it just, you know, generated basically its code along the way and stuff like that. And I nothing but respect for those guys, but that would just drive me insane after a little bit. You know what I mean? It's like, I know what I want to do. I don't know how to do it in a clever way. A solution likely doesn't exist, so you need to make something optimized for a test. Yeah. Some functions that use up 3 memory pools are dynamically allocated to optimize CPU usage. Yeah, exactly. You got to like it's like one of my favorite stories is one of the games that I really like, and it's a game that a lot of people don't like, but Deus Ex Invisible War. It's kind of the redheaded stepchild of the Deus Ex franchise, but I just love its quirk. But one of the things they did was they were running into a problem on the consoles where they had a memory leak, and they couldn't figure out where the memory leak was happening. They kept trying and trying and trying, and then deadline kept looming and looming and looming. And so eventually they just said, "Screw it, we'll fix it this way, and we'll ship it with this fix." And so nowadays, what's the funny thing about that is that fix propagated forever and ever and ever. It's still in that code base now. So when you play Deus Ex Invisible War on PC, every time it goes into a loading screen and it loads up a new level, the game will briefly go away and you'll see your desktop, and then it'll come right back. Because the way they solved the memory leak problem was to essentially shut the entire program down and start it up again from the command line, with a command line switch that would load the next part of the level. Which is crazy pants, but you can kind of see where they're like, okay, our backs are against the wall, we gotta do something. And so we did that. Because we couldn't find the solution. And it's stuff like that kind of keeps me up at night. Because I could think to myself, like, they were doing it because of the limitations of the console. Like, the console was giving them a problem, they were running out of memory, and they just kind of propagated that solution everywhere, even when they didn't have that problem on other devices. And it's that kind of thing that just keeps me up at night, because I'm like, man, that would just, like, what if it doesn't work at some point? What if this big hack that we put in here just, causes problems over on this other thing, and yeah, that sort of stuff is every day there you go. It's yeah, I get it. It's better shipping something with memory leaks. I understand that it's better to ship and deal with it sometimes. But I that kind of thing would just give me nightmares for the rest of my life. Thinking like, oh, what if this suddenly doesn't work at some point? What if this all comes back, bite me in the ass at some point? Especially like having worked in e-commerce and stuff, and realizing that they have code that's just in that system that has just been there for decades, and nobody wants to touch it because it just kind of works, and they don't want to deal with it. They don't have tests around it. They don't, they just kind of quarantine it and let it do its thing. And then if somebody wants it to do something slightly different, they just kind of code around it as best as they can. It's just like, oof. I want the thing to just be done right, so that, and done in a way that somebody looks at it and doesn't freak out and go, oh, I have no idea what this is doing. They're just like, oh, I get it, and just fix it. Doesn't work, I'll hear it from the customers. Yeah. I recently had to do a field service trip. Yeah. Oh, man. Had to be in a hot factory for hours fixing their device. Ugh. Um, they make engineers do it when all the techs are busy. Oh, there you go. Oh, it's like, yeah, it's always weird. Like when I was doing insurance stuff, we had to travel to the client to do like their install and stuff, the initial install, because everything was on premise. They didn't like putting all that stuff out in the cloud or anything like that. And the cloud was still kind of in its infancy, still at that point too. They didn't like having it out. They wanted to take controls over all their data and all the servers and everything. So we had to install our stuff onto their servers, and we had to be out on site, manage the client and also, gather their requirements and do all that stuff. And that was always a little bit nail biting because it's, you don't know, like, whenever something's going to go wrong, or if someone is, say one wrong thing and pisses the client off or whatever. Yeah. Hearing them talk about themselves for having an hour was the worst. All it was irrelevant to the issue. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. You have to, because you're not just dealing with, it's bad enough you have to deal with your own corporate culture, when you're back at the office. But then when you're in someone else's office, you got to deal with their corporate culture and everything that they do. Yeah, you just kind of have to like wind your way through it. The office is great, just don't like the service trips. Yeah, exactly. I felt the same way. I didn't particularly like the going out to the client site. We even had like a horror story at one point where we went out to the client and I was gathering requirements and everything else, and sat down at the cube that they provided us, and then I was just doing some work, and then my lead comes in, who was like the product owner. He comes up to me and he says, something's up with the database. Nothing's working. I'm like, what? I was just in there, a few minutes ago doing stuff. He's like, yeah, no, it just suddenly stopped working. And so I go do a query against the database, and it's gone. like all the tables are there, but they're all empty. Someone had gone and went and just destroyed all of, they like some command was run and it just destroyed all the data throughout all the database. It cleared all the tables out, truncated every table. And that was their like production, well, not production, that was their like user interface testing, the UIT, or integration testing, user integration testing, UIT environment. And that was rough, because it was like, okay, we don't really have a backup for this because this isn't like a production thing, but everybody's in there testing, and now all the testing is halted because everything's gone. Like, what happened and how did this happen? And you're just like, oh, it's like I want to be anywhere but here right now. Apparently the tech forgot to upgrade the firmware and calibrate the sensors wrong. That's all it was. Running firmware was a few years old. Ah, got it. Well, that's I imagine that's half the problem most of the times. We have getting clients to upgrade is always an exercise in pulling teeth, Try to train a tech support and a sales team and nothing gets through. Oh, and I mean, it's the same on the web web app side of things too. It's like, first of all, training a sales team is the most fruitless thing you can ever do, because sales teams change so frequently in technology. Like a salesperson that's worked for a company for more than like 3 or 4 years, or a tech company for more than 3 or 4 years, is like a unicorn. You know, it's like because they're just constantly moving. It's like you've trained up all these sales support people, and then, you know, next year you got to train some more, and then next year you got to train some more. They just keep, you know, leaving in droves, or getting fired, or getting thrown out. You know, crazy pan. But it's like, aren't brought to trade shows for a reason. Yeah, aren't brought to trade shows for a reason. Yeah. Well, I mean, and then it's like trying to find a salesperson that isn't going to, like, I get that they're under a tremendous amount of pressure to sell, but my God, did they like promise things that are just impossible? You know what I mean? It's like just like, before you promise something to a prospective client, like, please run it through a tech person first. You know what I mean? Because it's like they'll promise things that are just not even possible to work, or that are incredibly insecure. You know, and then the client's like, well, you know, you said you could do it. We hired you because you could do it. You're like, I didn't say you could do it. They usually underpromise on your end, so they don't get what the device can do. I mean, that's probably for the better. Like, I would love for the sales people to underpromise when it comes to web apps. It's often the other way around, where they're just overpromising, like, oh yeah, we can do this. Oh yeah, we can do that. Yeah. I literally had, and this is a true story, the previous company I worked at, the CEO and the marketing team were all in California, and the dev team was all in Pennsylvania. And we came in, there was a press release that was going out. And so we had been already working for a while. They came in and released the press release at like 10 a.m. Pacific time, and we were already had, you know, half the day done on our side. And we go and read the press release, and they're like promising like I forget exactly what it was, but it was almost like promising like a mobile app or something. I think it was a mobile app they were promising. And we were just a web application. We had no idea that they wanted a mobile app to happen. There was no discussion around it. There was no planning or anything. It just appeared in a press release and was sent out over the PR wire and stuff. And we learned from that we're supposed to have a mobile app in the next 3 months. And it's like, what? Are you insane? First of all, nobody here has written a mobile app. And second of all, you want that? Oh, man. Usually it's just direct request engineering from customers, not complaints. Yeah. Just hiring engineering majors to do sales. Yeah. It's you definitely, that's the weird thing about it. Like, you definitely need a salesperson that's knowledgeable enough that they can figure out what the thing is doing. But usually the people who are knowledgeable enough to do that don't want to deal with people. don't want to deal with sales. They don't want to deal with clients. That's the hard part. You know, like, the more somebody knows about something, the less they want to deal with the actual customers. We get the occasional unicorn. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's like quality assurance as well, right? Like occasionally you get a QA person that knows enough about technology that when you get bug reports from them, they're really detailed and they get right to like the actual problem. Like they've done some research, they've looked at the previous version, they've compared it to the current version, and they say, oh, you know, this worked in the previous version, but now it's not, so it's a regression of some kind. And I tried this and that and the other thing, and it works when I do this, but doesn't work when I do that. And you know, it's super detailed. And so you pick up those Jira tickets and you're like, oh, I can figure it out right now what's going on without even debugging it. I can see based on the tests you ran where the problem is. And those QA people are worth their weight in gold. But they're very hard to come upon, you know? So I have fairly simple code reviews that point out what exactly is wrong. Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, but you're dealing with I mean, since you're dealing with more foundational things, I would imagine that any issues you run into are probably more what's the term I'm looking for? More targeted, right? Like you're not necessarily, or more likely you've got like an error code or something, right? Usually easier to diagnose bugs. Yeah. Yeah, you probably have like an error code or something that like the client sees, and then you can go, oh, okay, I can trace it back from there, right? A lot of times we deal with like, this doesn't work. Like, well, what were you doing before you did that? Well, I don't know. I just went on the page, it didn't work. Like, okay. Thanks a lot for that. You know? The fault codes insertions without usually isn't the bug. Oh, okay. I mean, maybe I'm making assumptions about things. But like I said, I haven't done any embedded stuff, though. I'm probably assuming incorrectly about what the nature of stuff that you're dealing with. A lot of complex logic. You have to. Are you? Here's the other thing I'm interested in. The last time I talked to someone who was doing embedded stuff, they were still kind of doing like a waterfall process where they were just kind of planning everything out in documentation before they even wrote any code. Are you doing waterfall, or are you doing more of an agile thing where it's, you know, try to get something working and do that? So you're doing agile. That's good. One place search with a custom scoring out function for your own. Oh, okay. Well, that's good, because I've experienced both waterfall and agile, and having done mostly agile stuff, I would never want to go back to a waterfall system again, because you spend months documenting stuff, and then you go to write it, and then you realize it's the way you're writing it's completely different from the way it was documented, because you ran into issues that you could never thought of when you were trying to plan it out, you know? Even pushing for basic SRS documents for major software changes. Yeah, I mean, that is the downfall to Agile, is that you do kind of, you skip on the documentation after a while, because it's like, well, the code documents itself. Like, yeah, that doesn't really work. Yeah. Having someone who makes a ticket fill out a template. Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a, it's, it's one of the, it's one of those problems that I think everybody has across the board. It's just, you never, you come up with solutions and then they kind of work, but they kind of don't work and everything else. Yeah. Like we had, speaking of the insurance software again, we had a way that we would print out basically a stack trace, kind of our own custom stack trace, onto the screen whenever there was an error, and you know, had like a, you know, an image there of like a STAD server, and then it would, you know, and then it had like a trace underneath of it. What would happen though is people would just take a screenshot of the page and send that in the Jira ticket. It's like, well, that's great, but it's cut off. Like, you don't have the whole stack trace in the image. We really need you to copy out stack trace entirely and send us the full thing so we can see where it's, you know, where things are going. So that became like this big, like, trying to train people to be like, okay, this is what we need when we're trying to get a Jira ticket out of you, trying to get a bug report out of you, this whole thing. And oof, that was that never quite, I mean, we had like Jira templates and stuff they had to fill out, but you know, people just kind of, hard to get everybody to just march to the same drum beat, even when you have templates and stuff going. Yeah. Most of the problem is understanding the request. This require firmware version and test procedure in the environment. Yeah. Well, and that's, and I'm assuming that's for like feature requests too, right? Like what I've seen over the years that kind of works well is just having a product owner that just translates all that stuff for you, and they're the ones that just like talk to the clients, and then they come back and try to translate, and then they talk to the development team. Like, they're embedded with the development team and they're on the same agile sprint as the development team, but they also talk, they are the arbiters of not only what it's, how a feature works, but also talking to the client and figuring out what the client needs stuff. Yeah. The PM doesn't know or do shit. Yeah, see, that's, I've seen that plenty of times too. What I've seen work is like having a project manager that is basically the feature owner. You know what I mean? Just a person from HQ looking over us. Yeah. Yeah. But if they're like, if they're like the feature owner and they have to produce, or at least help QA produce like a test plan and stuff, like if it's someone who not only has to own how the feature works, they have to make sure that it's documented, that whoever documents it properly, and whoever is going to test it, you know, has all the test plan stuff. You know, you basically have this one person who sees all of those things, even though you might have multiple people doing things. And they're good at like making, you know, staying on target and all that stuff. Then it kind of works out, because then, you know, you have someone who's been talking with the clients and they understand, and you can take questions to them and say like, I need to know what they mean by this, or what, you know, is this acceptable? Is that acceptable? And they can kind of take it back to the client and figure out those things, you know? Yeah. Software engineer manager is the closest we have to that, and he's busy with his own sprint too. Even I need to talk with clients sometimes. Yeah, I've been in that situation too. Yeah, it's not ideal. It's for multiple reasons. Like I used to have to talk to the clients as well to get requirements out of them and stuff. And the problem was not necessarily the talking with the clients. It was, once you get all the questions in and all that stuff, you get answers to your questions pretty quickly. The problem was when I moved on to another project, I had to always like back away slowly, right? Because the client knows your name and they know how well you work, and so they start asking for you by name. And it's like, well, I'm on this other project right now for another client. You know what I mean? So you have to kind of like put someone in place in front of you and get them used to that client, and then just kind of back away slowly while the client goes to them. So that was kind of the difficult part of that was just like, I need to be able to be flexible and move from one client to the next, but once your name is out there, they're going to keep coming to you, and you have to kind of like deflect and get other people in fixed in there and all that stuff. It's not bad. There isn't a rush to get releases out. We're still able to say it's ready when it's ready. That's good. That's good. I mean, that's one of the nice things about my current job too, is that we only do 2 releases a year, which honestly is just plenty. Like there are companies that really stick to the like 2-week sprint thing, and honestly, you just wear people out. You get to a point where you're just not. I mean, sure, you can calculate your velocity, and you can say, oh, we did this many points this last sprint, and we can do this many points the next sprint. But in reality, it's like 2-week sprints. If you're doing all of like Scrum stuff, is excessive, because you're spending several days of those 2-week sprints just like in meetings, planning meetings, and scrum of scrums, and all kinds of other things. It's so much nicer to just be like, look, we don't necessarily need a 2-week sprint or a 3-week sprint or a 4-week sprint. We don't even necessarily need a sprint. We just know that our time for, there's going to be a release, in June, and there's going to be a release in December, right? So it's like everything else, those 2 things are well known ahead of time, right? And everything else just becomes all right, we can size these things. We're a small team. We can size these things. We'll figure out what we can do. And if anybody runs into an issue where something's taking a lot longer than they expected, they raise their hand, and we deal with it. Time that happens, right? Having all the like different planning meetings and all that stuff, it's a lot of paperwork generated for not a lot of benefit, in my opinion. It's better. I would rather the team was together for design sessions where you're doing brainstorming and stuff than for, how long is this going to take? How long is that going to take? How long is this going to take? Exactly. Because no one's really good at estimating. No matter how good you are at estimating, you're not good at estimating, because shit happens all the time. So why spend effort in that when you can be spending effort in the stuff that you are good at, which is what's a good design for this? What's a good implementation for this? Do we have something similar to this? You know, do we have all the requirements fleshed out? Do we need to ask more questions? Do we need to get more responses from the client as to what requirements really are? Those are things that where you spend, those are like quality time, I feel. And I'm not saying it's, you know, I know there's a lot of people who are really, really, you know, gung-ho and really hard-nosed about Scrum and its benefits. And I'm not saying there aren't benefits there. There definitely are. But there's a reason that everybody, no matter what company you go to, it's always done differently. it's no one company does Scrum the same exact way or does Agile the same exact way. Because there's a lot of people like me who just have different thoughts on it, you know, different passions about it. And I just feel like it's I'm not saying that, you know, we're optimizing for coding time. It's more like we're optimizing for technical time, right? It's you're utilizing your developers for what they do, which is finding solutions, technical solutions to technical problems, and not kind of forcing them to do things that really in the long run don't matter, you know? Like, does it really matter? Like, okay, we're going to split this card up. This card is going to take, it has, you know, is 12 point. And we're going to split it up into 5, you know, 12 points. We're going to split it up into like a couple, you know, 3-point cards, right? Does that really matter in the grand scheme of things? I mean, it's like, oh, well, we're always delivering something. It's like, you're going to deliver something regardless, right? Unless you run into something really problematic along the way. And if you run into something really problematic along the way, you're not going to sit there and stew on it. You're going to, if you're in a good company, you're going to raise your hand right away and be like, I need help. You know, in your daily stand-up, you're going to say, hey, I'm blocked. I need some help. You know, you're not going to just sit there and mull over it. You know, so does it really serve any purpose to split that up into 3 different tasks? Or is it just a matter of like, you know, just work on it. You know, if you need help, then you need help. You bring somebody else in. You know, if there's enough work there that multiple people can work on it, then we'll split it up. Then, you know, amongst the multiple people, right? You don't have to split it up necessarily based on its size. You can say, oh, like, okay, multiple people get on it. Most of the time, though, it's going to be one person doing it because they've built up the technical knowledge. You know, they've got the context, right? You know, someone else coming onto it's going to have to context switch from what they're doing to what they're doing to that. You know what I mean? So you just walk to another cubicle and ask for help whenever. We believe it makes things more efficient. Usually boils down to a second set of eyes looking over something. Sure, and I'm not saying I'm not saying that anything is necessarily bad or anything like that. This is just kind of my experience. Is that I prefer teams of like 4 or 5 developers because they're small enough that everyone is talking to each other. The communication lines are very short. You get to know each other. You get to know each other's strength. You have enough people that if someone is out sick or whatever, someone else can pull, you know, can pull the load, and all that stuff. And once you have that in place, and assuming everyone is communicating, that's the hard part. The hard part is making sure everyone's communicating, especially when you have, like, if you have younger people, like junior developers, getting them to open up and be like, and not feel ashamed to put their hand up and say they're blocked is one of the hardest things to do. But it's like, once you've gotten everybody kind of comfortable with each other, at that point, the documentation around, like, how many points you did this sprint versus the last sprint, and what your velocity is and all that stuff, kind of is irrelevant, right? Because you're still moving forward. Everybody's doing their job. It's just that, naturally over time that velocity is going to go down and up based on the complexity of the work happening. Like right now, our release coming up in June doesn't have that many features in it. We're doing mostly like, refactoring and a few other things, right? So our velocity is going to be pretty high. If we were calculating velocity, velocity would be pretty high, right? And then suddenly it would drop off the cliff for the next release because we're going to have a lot of bigger things to deal with. So it's like, I get it because it's more of a documentation tool for people outside of the group. You're basically giving that to your boss's boss, and you're saying, here's what, people are working. See, the line goes this way. Right? I get it from that perspective, like, because it's hard sometimes to know if what's going on and what's happening, because there's a lot of downtime between releases where, you're spending most of the release with something that doesn't work or you don't have anything to look at. And I get that. But also, it's not like people are showing up and not doing anything. Most of the time. There's always going to be you're always going to find that person who throws their coat on the chair, and then, you don't see them for the rest of the day. There's always going to be one of them. But they'll very quickly be discovered, you know what I mean? We're in the docks now. Things must be getting serious. Yeah, no, I've been I was trying to look at the string tokenizer. Apparently, Apache Commons text has a string tokenizer. I've been debating whether to, in my mind while I've been talking here, I've been debating whether I want to do a string tokenizer or if I just want to do simple regexes, and I'm kind of leaning towards the tokenizer because I'm going to have this potentially giant chat message that could have multiple emotes in it and all this stuff, and I would rather just kind of go from start to finish through it and just pull all the relevant tokens out rather than write some regex and then have to loop over every match that the regex comes upon and all that stuff. It just kind of feels, this kind of feels more like my speed here when it comes to that. Regex is never an option if I'm going to go for, if I can avoid it. Well, no, I mean, regex isn't there. I think it gets a bad rap because it's complicated, and you can write a regex that really f's you up, just f's over the entire install, as it spirals into a infinite loop of sadness and and lost revenue. But it's for the kind of thing that I'm doing, regex isn't going to be terrible. It's just that I would rather, like, I'm going to have to parse the entire string anyway. Like, regex is good when you want to clean up a string. Like, you want to remove characters from a string that you don't want to deal with. Or you're just looking for one specific piece of a string and you don't care about anything else. In my case here with the chat messages, basically we're going to parse the entire chat message. We need to know the entire chat message. So given that I'll be hitting every word and character in the chat message, it seems better in my mind to just use a tokenizer like this, which is going to basically present it in a way that you're just going to read the entire string in and deal with things as they come. Even though it's kind of like the base string tokenizer in Java, in the JDK, is kind of, it's still there, but it's kind of frowned upon being used in favor of like split or regexes. But that's, and I can see that because like 90% of the time a regex, 90% of the time you just need one little piece of the string, or like I said, you're cleaning the string up or putting the string into a standard format that you can deal with, like removing all the white space from it or something like that because you're doing a comparison or whatever. That in those cases a regex is that's what the regex meant. In my case, yes, there's going to have to be some cleanup of the. Actually, there won't even have to be any cleanup of the chat message. It's basically taking the chat message raw and then just examining all the pieces of it and finding out whether there's a reference to, because I'm going to have to look to see if there's like URLs in it that I want to convert and other things. And it seems better to just have this tokenizer around that I can just kind of run through it and say, all right, no, I don't have anything here of this or not. But I don't know. That's a really good. It's one of those things. Like, there's arguments on both sides of that fence that are very valid. I think ultimately under the covers this ends up using a regex anyway. So, we'll see. Field delimiter matcher. Tokenized. Tokenization. And the other thing I like about the tokenizer is that it keeps the string in order. So you're visiting things in the order in which they came in, too. I'm not responsible to summon a demon with a regex. Fair. That's fair. Fair enough. There have been some regexes that I've written in my days that were some black magic. Actually, don't I have one for... I have one in this, don't I? For email or something? Email address? Validation? Oh, this is the verification. No, that's the I had something in here. It was like setting model validator. Is that what it is? Yeah, validation util. Oh yeah, here's some patterns here. Play name. Here's some regexes for you. The email validator actually got a library. I'm using actually Apache Commons email validator to validate the email, because that usually is a crazy regex that is really out there to deal with. I do have a few here for display name and username and stuff. So I guess these are pretty tame compared to other things. Yeah, this is Commons text. Do I have Commons text in here? Dude, Commons text 111. Okay. So let's do it. This is a string based on delimiters and separating. Email regex is spooky. I had to do one for work and I got some Stack Overflow. Ping pasted one for everyone that actually worked. Yeah, no. Email regex has always been a deep, dark, terrifying thing. But I don't blame you at all for just like copying it from Stack Overflow, because that is some deep, dark, ancient gods magic, Cthulhu-esque incantations to make that work. So I don't blame you one bit on that one. That's why I used the library to do it, because oh. Limiter. I think the limiter. White space. No, this. So. Match your. Bring it into here. Hmm. E- Tokenize. Oh, interesting. Okay. Tokenizer. Hmm. Factory. Sure. Do not one that's just general. Oh, flip match. Alright. Just string characters a string tokenizer, namely space tab, new line, and form. Okay. Is that what string tokenizer does? Oh, here we go. String tokenizer. Constructs the tokenizer splitting on space tab, new line, and form feed as per string to. Oh, okay. That's exactly what I want. Space tab, new line, and form feed. Okay, that works for me. And just the tokenizer. Oh, it's a front, right? Tokenizer that. Automatic. Array. Do I just wait? Oh, a token. Oh, internal method for forms definition. Okay, so I just say get. Right. Token list. Cool. That's just a list string. That, right? Worked for me. That gives me a whole message of just word. Okay. Pascal excited over beating the Halo Infinite tutorial. So I'll go back. That's awesome though. Actually, I have to take a 2-minute break for biology purposes. I will be right back, my friends. Enjoy the music. All right, friends, I'm back. Noticing how late it's gotten. I think what I'm gonna do is let's just really quickly look at. So I'm gonna have a list of tokens here. I'm thinking the say the aesthetic finals green. Emotes preliminary will be hold. Fish green. Effectively, it's a character, right? I think it's. I think that'll. Because I'm going to be basically looking at these strings as they come out. I'm saying, figuring out what's an emote here. So we say it's the fruit. I want to private bring emote. Right. And it will do there's setters that puppy. there. So I just want to say, oh, yep. We feel and I need to. I want to have it around the whole thing. I don't think just having the one. No, I think we'll have to have it on both sides. Just to be certain that it is what it is. So, ends with when. Oops. Base, and then tail. List. That right? Okay. That basically just gives us all the basically gives us all of the emote tokens out of the list. Puts them into a sub list. So here's my other thing here. I want to like once you've done the tokenizer, I shouldn't have to do it again. There's going to be multiple methods here that are going to pull things out. So I kind of want to have a method that just pulls the tokens out. And then just pass that into all the parse method. Let's do that. So we'll say public string tokenize this. Right. Do that. Right, and then down here, I want to take the right, yeah. This green as right. That, and then have it kind of, then we'll just call and then I'll tokenize message and then just call the parse methods as we go down. Honestly, I don't know. Need these to be public. Like, I feel like I could have like one service that's just processed that's public, and then that calls all these other things. So if I say public void, now the chat message has the chat message, right? So I don't actually need to pass in these. Just I need to make sure that it's actually they actually said it on the other side. Do I should have a don't have that as ever being null. Do it that way. There's no reason for it to ever be fully null. Honestly. Okay. Process then would call string size good. And you and it'll just be a cascading list of things here, and then these can just be private. Private. Although making them private does mean it'll be a little bit harder to test them, but not that much. Okay. And then ultimately, so then, yeah. I have the basic parsing there. And in the chat service here, we say process save message. Hills, oh, that's okay. So we want to do private Tested service. All right, and then all right, and then that'll change chat message in place. And then when we create it, it will have the tokenization there, which I could do a basic test of without it really without needing a real emote there. I can just test that the tokenization is working and that it's writing to the database correctly. So, see here. This up. Gotta fix that other thing that's complaining about too at some point. Here, and my channel. Test. Nope. Okay. So if I look in the database here, is ordered by create store. There we go. Emote list has emotes in it, which is good. So that's parsing out correctly on there, and the message went through fine. So, all right. We have the very, very basic stuff. Obviously, it's the details that I'll send back the chat to the UI, well, to the chat client, and then we'll know all the emotes to place. I guess really it's instead of it being a list, it'll probably I was gonna say it'll have to be like a map, but in reality it'll probably be more of an object. I think I'll probably have like an emote object. So it'll be like a list of emote objects, and that will have the emote name and then the URL for it. Well, both URLs for it, small and the large. And then at some point I gotta pull all that back together, which shouldn't be too bad because we have the whole tokenized string. So I'll just have to piece that tokenized string as the last step. I'll piece that tokenized string back together with the appropriate HTML in there for like the emote and stuff. And then that like resulting string is really the thing that is really the only thing that we care about on the chat client. So that would be the one part of the details you would send out. Like I like having them pulled out into their own objects in a details thing, because it allows like anybody who's using the API, like they can implement it however they want to, or if they want to cache like certain emotes, they have just a whole list of the emotes there and they can just go cache them ahead of time, or cache them just based on that list without having to reparse the text to find it. And I think that's a good quality of life thing on both sides of the fence there, because they can show the already HTMLized message with the emotes in it in the image tag, but then they can also look at the other parts of the details to see like, oh, here's things that we can hold on to these images, maybe these URLs, and then have them in a cache or something. Potentially. I mean, I guess it doesn't really. I guess it really matters on implementation more than anything else. But okay. I still like having it pulled out into the. I still like having all that information separate in here as separate entries in the JSON. Because it gives us more flexibility later on too, and I can also use that as I can query into the JSON here in the database and determine like how often a particular emote's being used and all that stuff for like analytics purposes too. So it makes that even easier then. So yeah, okay, I think I'm good with that. These those still, so that's good. Okay, cool. All right, I think for tonight that'll do it. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon for my longer several hour session of more coding stuff. And then tomorrow night should be playing some more Pal World, I guess, with Shin and Overlord and Gray, hopefully. I would imagine. I know they've been playing tonight, so we'll probably be playing that again tomorrow night, likely. And then Sunday is just going to be. I'm probably going to play some. I might divide my time between Deep Rock Galactic Survivor and Islands of Insight. I might divide my time between both of those, but those will be on live space only instead of the multi-streaming. So Sundays I do just live space only. Every other day I do live space, Twitch and YouTube together. So that is the schedule. As I know it right now, my friends. Let's go and I think it's safe enough to admit what we get right now, just for the argument. Basic at nested processing and emote identification. Fixed resolution of property. Upload system upload directory, and now property. And updated. Updated Docker off to include new blue directory. Tested. And that covers it, I think, right now. So push. There we go. Up there. All right, now out on the old GitHub. If it's see a couple seconds it build feet. But I also want to make sure that I put that down and put down Docker, because Rammy, if you let it run and then hibernate, for some reason it doesn't like going into hibernation mode on a computer. Go on here. Pending. Please. See? Oh, it failed. Interesting. I wonder what, so you can see what failed here. Controllers. Upload application context for likely to do with changes I made where I get stuff out of the environment now. Maybe. What is going on here? Oh, did not resolve placeholder env hex uploads directory. Wait, where did I, oh, did I define those in the environment here? Somewhere. What did I do? I gotta remember how I've set some of these up here. Settings. Did something, I guess I did something to make the other ones resolve. I don't know what it was. Well, we'll have to look at that tomorrow then. Or I'll take a look at it tomorrow and see. But because I just putting that environment variable or defining that environment variable somewhere. Oh, there's a CI thing. CI. Yes. Not in there. I. Active. I missed somewhere. I put them in here. Must have them somewhere else. I don't know. I have to dig up. It's been a while since I've changed anything with the environment variables and stuff. So possible I configured. I probably had to configure that over on Turtle guys. Just have to dig up. Have to go through their interface and dig up where I did it. Because clearly it was working for other things. So anyway, my friends, that is it for me for tonight. Let's go see if we can find someone on Heal Live Space for you guys to go take a look at. Let's see. What do we got going on here? Not on right now. Not much under creative or anything. Go under gaming. What? Wait. That's weird. All right. Well, so someone called the announcer who's playing Star Citizen. I was suggest going over there. What's weird is I look at their about or bio, and it looks like they've pasted a password directly into their bio, which is odd. I don't know if anyone. I don't know if maybe I shouldn't send you over there. I don't know. I'm getting a weird vibe there. Like, what's going on there with that? Oh, here we go. I was playing Deep Rock Galactic Survivor here. That's what I'm going to be playing on Sunday. Bawana. So here, I'll send you over there. That into the chat there on LastSpace and onto various other places here. Yeah. Excellent. Cool. All right. So that is that again for me, my friends. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. Hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
Play faster! Space!